Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows. It is Thursday, which is a fine time for doing another coding stream, and I'm still on that Godot program for the purpose of making a composition program based on the card games I was going to make back when it made sense to do something like that. Although, I mean, it always depends. The idea of card games being something that one could not possibly make has several sources, and one of them is that what with the collapse of everything, it's not possible to get stuff manufactured for a reasonable price and, say, imported and then mark it up a reasonable amount and sell it, but it could end up being a strange thing that nobody knows what any of this is about. And if it was like a card game that was actually a fundraiser and each of the card games was $1,000, nothing like tariffs would matter in the slightest. But I'm not doing that. So the idea is still, let's do something kind of like this. I did a little more work on it. I just do not know to what extent it will matter or help. But the idea is maybe I can get something happening. So I have this doohickey. I had never got the scrolling factor going, so that's a concern. And I've got it where you can click on things, and that is showing me, firstly, well, it's showing me something which I didn't expect. I don't know why it says a negative number there. But I'm able to scale things up and down in various ways. I can't actually scroll around in either of those directions. But one thing I have done is this is my 0th note being specified, and I've got it set up so that it won't let you select a note that's not in the key. Working on a third cup of coffee already because it is getting on towards noon. It is my black coffee. I've actually wandered away from putting cream and sweetener in there, which is an interesting and random choice that I made while still having cream sitting around in my fridge. See, and I can click on this. I can click on 0, not 1. I can click on 2, not 3, 4, and 5. So what I thought this was going to do was give me note numbers, but the fact that it has negative results, there's no such thing as a negative note number if you are counting by I did this. So I'm trying to make a thing where it's telling me what the note number is. And A is 0, so I can click on an A in this pattern. It gives me 0, and then I can do 2, 3, 5, and so on. 3 is C. It's telling me I'm in the key of C. And all of this is being done with C# code rather than GDScript code for a change. And I have much to figure out, basically. But here, I have done some starting things. I've written this down. That is a circle of fifths with also the relative minor. I also put a pop filter on the microphone because I knew I had it. It came with the microphone, and I just stuck it on there. It's not in shot or anything, so I felt like maybe that was causing a problem. I seem to be of a coffee and choky sort of sound, and that's unfortunate. I don't know what to do about that. And I've defined the colors that I used for my cards. And by the end of the stream, I had picked out a batch of cards, all of which were in Ionian mode. So I've picked out a batch of colors correlating with each of these keys. So the way that works is I need to include these key colors in the GUI. I need to include these into the interface in some way. And what it says here is a main color and alternate color. And what I have here is two different iterations of drawing this. And then a root color here. So part of what I need to do is, firstly, I'm pretty sure in here somewhere is how I drew that thing in the, I drew in that thing that was a label. It's very small, but you can see that it's a label. I worked out how to draw that. So we'll see here it says A, but it will be immediately replaced with numbers. And if I click on the position in white keys relative to black keys, these are being represented as black lines, but they're representing black keys. I can draw on the MIDI note, but apparently I can also do a -8. And I'm pretty sure I know why it's doing that. I'm pretty sure it's doing that because I'm using the modulus operator. It's rendered as like a %. But the number I'm starting with is starting at a negative number. For whatever reason, I decided I wanted to do it that way. Okay, so keys display fill rect. What on earth is going on here? Okay, so we're just setting the color and it's iterating through the entire image and drawing that stuff on. By the way, what I can do is say this is rendering circles of fifths. So if I do +5 and run it again, it will represent same thing, like that counts as A correlates to 0 in the way that I'm doing it. But then I've made one of these notes accessible by modulating to a key of G and having that also be available. And a G enables, let's see now, what would this be? So that's C, D, E, F, so F sharp is what shows up. And here's my cards where I worked all of this out. And sure enough, F sharp is the note you add when you modulate to the key of G. Mind you, I do not have these colors represented correctly, so tell you what, let me skip ahead to another thing. where rather than, let's just assign a color out of another color. Except for it's going to, and then alternate color is going to be the next one. And so alternate color would be key G color. Not there, here. And if I can click and type and do even the simplest of things, I'm going to be rather sassy with myself, because this is just going to be one of those days of being deeply frustrated with everything. And what do you want from me? That's just how it is. And now I am attempting to draw these colors on the interface. And what I'm getting is this sort of tomato-looking color is the key of C. And then one step over from that is the key of G. So there's this note available in plotting out. I should probably draw something. I'm trying to figure out how I'd like to render this, because it could get much more complicated than that. I could put in the effort to basically just render a class of simple images for the purposes of drawing a piano keyboard that are just an illustration. And if I do that properly and maybe instance things in the right way, I can make a piano keyboard that displays this type of information. Because that's the hope. The hope is being able to fool around with keys in this way. The original card game was drawing cards and choosing where the cards go, and how the arrangement card stuff had things like descriptions of what it sounds like modulating from one theme to the next theme, and elaborate anagrams that are the names of each card as a sort of prompt. This never ended up having anything like that. This did not end up having quick thought. That could just as well be down there. It is a temporary rendering of stuff. I wonder if I can make it have a background of the label. Don't care. Do not care that much. See, I can move that around too. The hope is that I can pursue these things. But here, so check this out. I can modulate around here, and it'll show me which of the black keys get substituted for by other keys. And some of what I'm going to be doing today is trying to sort out which of these things gets changed in order to give me different modes. Like if I went for a Dorian mode, but also in the key of C, then my root note would be different. I've got key root color is white. I don't currently have one of the things that I could conceivably have. Oops. A little bit of too much delete there. So here's where I could, in some kind of way, generate out a and see, there's your problem. The number I'm generating is click Y minus 9, but what it should probably be is minus 9 plus 12. That's apparently +3. Mod 12. Because click Y is going to be relating to a note. That said, I don't know whether I can represent MIDI note 0 or even want to. But if I do this, it should be... Oh, why is that still up there? Weird. Probably because I didn't save this. Save. I'm running 2 separate programs, so they need to be able to talk to each other. Gip, hi. Gip shows up all the time. We're still trying to do the arrangement cards thing, but in the form of a Godot program. Hard to say whether you would call it a game. I'm not sure this qualifies as a game. Maybe my doing it counts as a game. Maybe me doing this starts to feel like a game. So let's see, this would be A, and in fact that does give me note 0, and that gives me note 3. That being, I had a nice little reference available at some point, probably when I was working on this on my own time, of what got showed where. I may not even keep this bit. That said, I'm not going to throw it all away right away. It's helping me find some of my stuff. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I replaced the black with something else? It wants flutes. Or no, apparently it doesn't. What does color 8 even want? I feel like this is not looking for a floating point after all. Okay, so it wants bytes. Cool. And it assumes it's going to be 255, but if I apply... See, this is about applying alpha channel. Hey, before. So in theory, what I can do here is make it draw half black and then erase it. So we can draw a sort of shadow over this. Question then becomes, in drawing these lines, okay, so fill rect. I'm pretty sure that I'm not actually drawing I am drawing 2 layers, but not there. So one of my capacities here would be to draw yet another layer. This is being drawn in 2 layers. I'm looking at a texture rect piano roll. Blah, blah, blah. That's all very well and good. I did all this previously. That's reading. Here's where we're drawing. So like every frame we are creating, or no, I guess we're creating a blank image and then blitting the stripes on it. And then we're blitting into the screen in an entirely separate way. Display is just my dots, which I can do in alpha channel or not. Keys display is the stripes. I don't currently have multiple layers of keys display. So if I wanted to, for instance, work out blended versions of these colors, I'd have to do it a different way. This has me curious. And there's nothing wrong to be curious. I am basically just playing with code, which I'm not particularly familiar with, and doubtless getting lots of things wrong. Because one of the reasons I do this is for people digging into this stuff. Like, I get run over by a bus tomorrow, and people discover my reverb algorithms and go, "Oh my God, this is so amazing. However did he do this? Was he just a genius and had all the..." And it's like, the reason I do these streams is showing you, you can do this. This is just how I'm doing it. And I'm pursuing some of these ideas and trying to put them together in various ways. So what's happening with regard to this code here? Well, what's happening is I'm iterating through this from technically a negative value. I wouldn't have to be from a negative value, but I am. And we're drawing lines. If y is larger than 0, y goes up to the biggest size in our image. And it roughly correlates to the MIDI note numbers. I do not have a way of actually sounding notes. One thing that I could do as far as eventually being able to sound notes with clicks on this is to sample 127 notes on the guitar, which it doesn't have, mind you, but sampling enough notes that I could just play them from code and maybe edit them in such a way that I can create the more unrealistic notes. But I'm going to want to be able to sound notes based on MIDI note number so you can hear what these notes are. It doesn't have to be that fancy though, because this is not going to be a music making device. It's going to be a give you ideas for chords and stuff device. And I've already got some of the imagery sorted out. One of the things going on with this, where it says key, color, tomato, fire, brick, web, purple, blue, violet, and so on, is supposing, for instance, that you were in the key of C, but then you wanted to so the way this cycle of fifths would go, you can go up by fifths or down by fourths, apparently is how that works. So technically, I believe what that would amount to is, +5 and +5 and then +5, but it's mod 12. Mod 12 equals 12. Well, that doesn't make any sense, though. No, it's a percent on this. Actually, no, it just hit 7. Confusing myself. Let's see if I can make any sense of all this. Yeah, that's not a... Modulus is a programmer operator kind of thing. Pocket calculators are always going to be about percentages. So that's going to do me no good. I'm basically trying to work out in my head in the process of doing this, if I just punch in a different number, like for instance, the alternate modulus is +1 instead, which of these colors would that correspond to? So what that means is if I was going to follow it around the circle of fifths, this is plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, plus 5, mod 12 every step of the way. I don't know what that adds up to. I'm sorry. I'm failing to be able to think that one out off the top of my head. Probably I have too many things to think about. But that's still the thing I have to do, so I'm going to talk my way through it. So plus 1 is not key C. I don't think it's... So 5 plus 5 is not actually wrapping around under 12 again. Maybe I can work this out on paper. I don't have high hopes of it, but still. One thing I can look at is that looking at the actual notes and what numbers they correspond to doesn't actually give me this information, because if I start at C and then I go up to G, that is going from 3 to 10. And I think the reason for that is because all the sharps and flats aren't actually being counted as part of the fifth. It doesn't make any sense, but that I can't let that stop me. I just have to drink a little more coffee. I don't think I should make myself more cups of coffee. I will just get sick. But I should finish my cup of coffee and see whether I can make any sense of this nonsense. Because what I'd like to do is be able to feed into this information different sorts of offsets based on, here's the sharps and flats you're going to need for this key. And here's the sharps and flats you're going to need for this other key, and so on and so forth. Now, we could leave off the root color, or indeed, so if I have line color, can I put a dot on the end of it and then, I can do blend. Interesting. Interesting. That suggests that I can refer to these colors by name or by a variable defined as one of the colors. Well, let's auto-fill it and see where it goes. Second color may have a range of alpha values. Does that mean I can punch an alpha value into this? This is not really what I had in mind, but all the same. Okay, can I override the alpha channel of this? LDERP is probably what I would want here. This probably wants to work with alpha channel colors. I'm specifying colors, but I don't feel like I have the option of Or do I? So if I run this, it should actually do the thing. What is key main color anyhow? Key main color is that tomato color. If I do this, it should be just as expected. Also, since none of them are black, I can draw on anything now. It's not stopping me from drawing any of these. So that was dumb and pointless, but at least I made a thing happen. Sometimes we're reduced to that. So here is an alternate possibility. I start using this line color lerp for everything. So that means I can move this down to where I'm doing stuff with it. I think that just did it. Boop. And that needn't be there, fair enough. So we're starting this out as black. Then we can see, what I'm looking at is these two different color shifts. Neither of them are actually doing what I wanted. Whatever. I'll get back to that. If I do this at +5, I am correctly rendering the white keys in the tomato color that represents the key of C, and then one of the black keys in the color that represents the key of G. The keys that were in the layout of that stuff doesn't actually change with going to new keys. So white keys and black keys will remain white keys and black keys regardless. That means I do have an initial concept Let's just copy that. This is going to be redundant and pointless, but whatever. I'll do a comment to show what this meant. In fact, I can Is that even correct? That's not correct. That's not correct at all. Let's do it over. If we leave some of this other stuff out. Ah, geez. Boy, some days it's like pulling teeth, I gotta say. And then I need to remember just long enough to do this properly that we're actually going to go to colors black. There. And this is going to draw my keyboard before I assign anything else to it. And let's have a neat little space there. There. I'm trying to figure out whether I can comment everything out. In theory, I should be able to. Because this is the formula by which I do some of this stuff. So what this does is if I just run it like this, hey, frog in a well, oh, bugs are biting. Or not even bugs so much as I can't figure out this stuff. There's going to be some days when I can't think. I'm glad there are some days when I can. What are you going to do? But I will do live streams, including live streams of programming, even when I'm broken and can't think. Why not? So one thing I can do moving forward is I can build this into this process. Everywhere it goes. And then I'm keeping this basic concept the same, but I want it to be faded. It's going to look different, but I'm going in a direction. So I've now told it main color is tomato, key C color. Alternate color is key G color. That color is fire brick. But now we are lerping them. That makes this happen. So now everything is tinted. But it's happening in an interesting way. I am, however, puzzled as to why it's not showing any of these black keys as literally black. Also, we probably don't need those dots to be faded. I've gone in and added a thing to it where it can draw pixels and the pixels are faded. So there we go, back to that. Now it is, oh no, I stand corrected. I'm going to want that. Well, hang on a moment. What's your damage? $255. Okay, so the reason it did that is because that's the same as not having it be there. So that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. So what just happened is I punched in a value expecting the value to light up in pink, because this is drawing values in pink. But what happened was it graded out. And the reason it graded out is because I could have left that out. If I didn't have that comma or that there, it would just leave it out and it would draw it at full opacity. That also suggests if I make it be 254, it'll light up in pink, being that's not the default value anymore. And sure enough. It may or may not complain about this is wrong, you should not be typing that, because it's implied in you should be calling it with only 3 values. And you know, I do not care. I'm not impressed. Whatever, go ahead and grade that out. I'm still going to have it be there. So now we're drawing those black dots opaquely. I could have hoped this would be going more smoothly, but whatever. Scooching up to here, here's where we are drawing our lines. So one thing we can do is make this be in line with the other things. And there we're drawing our keys. Here we're specifying some of these things. Let's move them. Let's move them to here. Here we're specifying colors that have come up with from the cards that I drew out. I'm going to want to simplify all this down, so I feel like one of the things that I will do is well, among other things, I could just do this. We're doing that switch, and every output is represented. And if it isn't, we can put in a default. Well, it didn't. That's not what I was asking it to do at all. Can you do a case statement, or am I losing my mind? Okay, it doesn't like that. Am I supposed to not capitalize it? I'm supposed to not. Or no, now it wants to correct it. I thought with a case statement, you could say default or something of that effect. I must be misremembering it. Oh, okay. So it told me what I have to do. I have to do that. What that has now done is meant case 11 no longer counts. So that's cute. It's graying that out because if you have default, you don't have to count for case 11. I'm not sure whether that maybe looks ugly to me and I don't want to keep it. It's making logical sense in programming mind, where it's going, oh, now you've done this, and so therefore that doesn't matter, and there's no reason for you to have it be there. But the reason I put default in was the idea of going, okay, you're only ever going to see these, but let's just put in something to specify that line color is always going to be assigned to something no matter what. Apparently it's way smarter than me and won't let me do that thing, so there's no real reason to not just go back to we only have numbers. They're modulus 12, so this is all you're ever going to see out of it. Fine. Hey, Difer. So where were we at? We were going to take these 0.5 Fs and make them a number that we can specify so that I can change it and do things with it. And it looks like it's figured out what I intended to do. Although technically I could also be calling it key alternate alpha and key main alpha. Let's see how clever it is as far as predicting what I meant to make this be. Can you do it? Can you get there? I think it failed. I think it failed. Oh, and that's actually a double, so I have to use the F. Having done this, can it figure out that I mean to do a key main alpha? Let's find out. Very good. Full marks. These crazy computers. Now let's see if it punches in something else weird. Also, why is it complaining about this? I don't know why it's complaining about that. I guess I'll find out soon enough after I walk through this bit. Because boy, is it ever complaining about that. Oh, it says it might not be initialized before accessing. And I know why it's concerned about that. Fries. Delicious. Another message retractor, are you? Let's just initialize this and then that complaint will go away. Hi. There, the complaint went away. Now if I walk through this other bit over here, in fact I can include the space. Then I can walk through this stuff, not even have to add a space afterwards, which is what I was doing here, so let's go through and do that. The pop-up is getting in my way every time, so I have to click away and clear it. That is annoying. So often, the computer's attempts to do things for you are misguided and annoying. Every now and then, basically going to cheer and be delighted every time it successfully does something that's not simply deeply annoying. And I can take this back out again. The stripes are going to be simply line color, but line color is going to be more complicated than before. Let's make alternate alpha be 0. Let's make main alpha be 0.1. Boom. Now we have white keys and black keys, and there is no key signature being represented. Which seems weird because main alpha should be doing something. But let's see, so key main color, key main alpha. Well, let's put it back to 0.5 and see if it recovers. Because this will be ending up showing me demonstration purposes. Yep, sure enough. So it is able to draw the root note there with the white is being overridden directly. Let's replace that too. And I wonder whether if I, root. I wonder if I do that, will it expect what I'm doing? Okay, good baby. So that's kind of handy. I've devised a card game for arranging music. In fact, it doesn't start out looking like this. I did it in a completely different way. This is not a plugin. It will eventually make sound, but not in the way you expect. And I need to draw pictures of stuff in such a way that I can make a keyboard that shows you what key you're in. So let's see. So if main alpha is 0.25, that is a very pale shade. And there's the faintest hint of another tint in there. So let's go to the inverse of the golden ratio, which might be just the correct tint. And there you can see it is tinted in this color, and it is tinted on the root note. I'm sure I'll want a better way of doing that, but for now, here's how we're doing. If we go back to 1, we don't see that, but we do see alternate. And alternate is a specific color, fire brick. It represents the key of G, and it's being drawn not on all the white keys, but almost on all the white keys. Now, what do we get if we ramp that up good and strong? Clearly, that's not enough. There we go. Now what's being depicted, and you know I had a way of doing this. In these drawings that I've drawn, I've drawn them in such a way that the key that you're in is drawn in black and white, and the notes that you don't hit are in gray. I'm not currently doing it that way, but all these drawings that I've drawn are acting that way. So that gives one furiously to think. I think these are still my Ionian mode keys. It's all being drawn very poorly, but that's what I had been doing. It's one of the problems with this card stuff, is it's an enormous pain in the butt figuring out how to represent some of these things, and moving over to the computer is just bringing the same problems back up again. But what we're seeing here is at least the beginnings of something. Let's move this even farther. I do not know what the correct color is going to be anymore. Let's say it's like key of A. I don't know what that's going to mean. Turned out that was fine. So okay, so I can do this the hard way. +5, +5, +5. So that gets me to G, to D, to A. And then it's mod 12. So I needn't worry about getting that right. That will in fact give me the right key change. So that is the color of the key of A major. It's not actually drawing A major on there anywhere. Maybe I can make it do that, though. That should draw the root note. And there is A, and it's a paler shade of lilac. And so what we've got now is the key of A, and everything that is tinted purple are the notes that are in the key of A. So that's these notes. I don't have anything plugged into a sound generating object, unfortunately. And we're actually not hitting G, fascinatingly. C, sorry. C's not being played. And then C sharp is being played. Let's go and refer to the cards, which are correct. And sure enough, C sharp is correct for being in the key of A, so we're not including C. We have not included C for a couple of key changes, actually. Ah, boy. So this becomes like if I had a fake keyboard being drawn there, and it drew the white keys and the black keys accurately in the way that I drew it on the card, I could color code them or do that kind of thing with them, where it would represent what notes were available. I can even make it so you can't draw a note I'm stuck, don't mind me. Here's where we draw notes. Okay, one thing I could do is the same concept as before. Anything that is not available is drawn as gray. Let's see if that works. Let's see if it works any better if we call it that. No, apparently not. Doesn't like that. That's not how you do that. That is just telling it to be, I don't know, referring to texture rect or whatever. It's expecting this now. We'll try that. Doesn't like that. Doesn't like that one bit, does it? I can't do hatched. Sorry. Let's undo past a bunch of that stuff. Oh, I see what the problem was. So, and keys display. Okay, that's weird. But not as weird as I thought. It is not doing a very good job of highlighting the things I wanted to highlight, but there's this very, very faint sort of red or purple highlighting that I can barely see. And that's where getPixel begins and ends. So getPixel.v gives me my value. it's also looking for alpha values. And I'm not using those anymore, I don't think. Oh no, display alpha values. It's looking for whether the alpha values of display, which is overlaid onto the other one, whether that is transparent or not. So at that point, I can look for whether I could add even another logical comparison. I don't really want to. Let's see if I can put a logical knot onto this. Nope, doesn't like that. But if I put it in parentheses, then I bet I can. Has them apples. Got there. And it's unhappy with me again. What's your problem? Oh, I see what your problem is. Equality comparison of floating point numbers. Is it any happier if I make it a F? No. So the reason it's warning me about this is because floating point numbers are a bear. They're a giant mess. So it rightly is being a little concerned about whether that's ever going to work for me. Here's further things I can do, which are not useful. And if I try to do this, here's where I started, except V was less than 0.1. So what I'm looking to do there, and it looks like I can interpret it as a int. That will get rid of part of the problem. While causing another problem, but whatever. You can't get everything. Oh, look at that. I can't tell it to be in 8, B, R, G, and B come in 8. This other stuff only gets to be float. That's tiresome. This is probably costly, but it's not running in process. It's running per click. Okay, so this should run, and it should let me click on anything no matter what it is. You can't see me clicking on the black bits, but that's what it's doing. It's letting me click on any of these, including the black one. And I'm simply covering it with black so you can't tell. if I start replacing stuff, like what this would do is the target would be this. Why is it unhappy about that? What's your little problem? Oh, I spelled it with an E. So if I didn't have this at all, let's see if we can comment it out. Got there. Then we can run it and it's not even trying to draw that anymore. So now what happens is it's kind of like I'm rendering it in these cards. I don't understand why they think that's dark gray. I'm sorry, I'm disappointed. That seems dumb. And also, now it's not listening to what I told it to do. So that sucks. I was shooting for something else other than this. Why did it do that? Line color is being started. Is it simply because I have scaled it around so many times? Let's see. As I did just tell it, I told it to be 2 widely removed key signatures. If I do it again, no, it's no better. Well, so it's showing a note here, but this is a pile of mess. No, no, no. So if we put all these back, it's now shading in 2 different directions. In theory, I should be able to make it go colors dark gray if the pixel on case display is approximately equal to what supposedly is dark gray. But not equal to approximately dark gray. Then plot a color. In fact, it's going to be plotting. Let's make it be bright, 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 bright red. Because why not? Nope. It's dead. Don't work. That is not plotting dark gray, is it? So why is it doing this? We're giving it the same overriding colors. We're not plotting any of these. We've erased that. That's a mess. So it should be only lerping to alternate and or main color by alpha if that's being done. Line color should be colors dark gray. Well, let's override this completely. There. Now it draws nothing. It's all blank. Why can I still plot these dots on here? I ask you in pitiful confusion, why can I still plot these dots here? Am I not asking it whether keys display is not the same as dark gray? What if I invert that? Now it can only plot it on dark gray. Does that mean I can't plot anymore? Yes. So what's this little problem? That I told that I'm drawing those in dark gray, and then it's not able to actually interpret that as dark gray. What's this little problem? Keys display is my reference. Well, what if I go by like hue or saturation or something? Saturation would work. So equal approx dark gray, useless, dead to me. But luminance, doesn't look like I get to extract saturation. That's unfortunate. Or do I? Okay, HSL. That's going to convert it to saturation. Now I have to turn this into a logic statement. But I won't need these parens anymore. Okay, convert that into saturation. Saturation has to be less than 0.1. That's less saturation than 0.1, so I can use that. Cool. And that's on keys display. How is that dark gray? What the hell? What the hell? How does that count as dark gray? What other? That's not dark gray at all. I have the colors put aside somewhere. Most of these colors are color colors. Okay. Hi. There's colors. Looks like there ain't nothing remotely resembling what I'd call dark gray. Dim gray is about as, oh, look at that. Dim gray, web gray, dark gray is the lightest frickin' gray you could imagine. That's silly. None of these are actually dark colors. I suppose I could go with dim gray. All of the darker colors are very saturated. Look at the difference between dark gray and dark blue. That's crazy. We'll go to dim gray then. And I'm going to move that to where I can get at that screen more easily. Over we go. These colors are pretty useless, I gotta say. To the point where maybe it's no use even referring to it as a name. But if I do this, it's going to be still extremely bright. Fine, whatever. You know what? Let's just specify a color. How did I do this before? How did I create a color before? Color 8. And then we will cease overriding it here. Now we're going to have much darker tones, but it's drawing some stuff on there, and it is only able to draw on black. Interesting. And that is because we're only allowing it drawing on stuff that is less than 0.1. But instead, if we did greater than 0.1, and let's go back to using main and also alternate. So here's reason I'm grumbly about this is because of the placement. I'm not going to be able to succeed. How would I go about doing this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, let's see what it did. Okay, so you can place dots as long as it is not too desaturated. And if we bump up this gray more, it's still darker than what they call dim gray, but it'll act the same way. No clicking on stuff that's in gray, but it's allowed to click on stuff that is not in gray. So the problem I run into here is that now I'm defaulting all of the line colors to, I've left out the coloring the black keys black and the white keys white. Those only relate to being in the key of C. What I'm trying to do is override this with the key I've changed to. Maybe rather than simplify it this way, I gotta simplify it another way. Alternate color needs to go. There, we're not worried about that. What this needs to do now, also this is not being used now. Let's move these to relevant places, shall we? Let's move these to where they're used. That's often considered to be good practice. Thank you. Thank you. I could even skip this while I'm at it. How am I going to do this? I desperately want to go and make more coffee, and yet I can't and shouldn't. It's bad for me. I feel like now that I'm drinking the coffee black, I can guzzle any amount of it, and it doesn't sit on me the way it usually does, but that's not necessarily where I should be going with this. So what are we looking at, and what are we trying to make happen? Here is something that I can do. I can move this down. Let's do it by copying and pasting it. Let's copy and paste it to right in front of this. Oh, it didn't like that much, did it? Let's see how stupid it is if I remove this bit. Haha. What a terrible mistake. I should never have done that. I gotta go with tabs and fix everything. It's too dumb to paste in a sensible way. No. What I should have done, undo that, undo that, undo that, undo that, undo, 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 undo. Okay. Well, alrighty then. I undid, and then it fixed itself. Don't ask me what it thinks it's doing. All I was doing was pasting something that I had just copied away. So what are we doing here? We've defined a bunch of colors. Those are key colors. The idea is to draw this with a black and white alternation of colors in the key of C. Which means if we used color tomato, it would be filling in all of the white keys with a tint. I can make that happen. What we're trying to do is make it so that if I pick a different key, it will pick the correct tint, and then it will tint over all of the other colors, either with a dark but tinted color or a white but tinted color. That's what's supposed to happen. And our background color is line color, starts out at 40. I could even make it, well, I don't know if I need to make it P50. Let's make it P50. Some of this other stuff isn't being used right now. Like that's not being used right now. So here's how we draw keys. Now, is it doing that because it sees I've used that before? I'm not talking about key in the sense of the key of G or whatever. I'm talking about the physical freaking key, which is always going to be the same as the key of C, because that's how a piano keyboard is laid out. but I'm shooting for it telling me what the white and black keys are supposed to be. Wow, I don't know what it was thinking of with that. That's completely stupid and wrong. Why have you done the thing? Please go back and do it again. And no, I don't want it to be key A flat color. Wow, it doesn't even go to white. But that's what I hoped was going to happen. So this is going to default to white. Physical keys are white except for when they are black. No, I am not, Vicario. No, I am not. And the reason it's in gray is because we're not using it for anything. And if we have it default to white, we can leave some of these cases out. Or actually, no, that's not how that works at all. We're going to leave the assign out. We're going to break. Oh boy, what are you doing? Oh my God. This is horrible. So we don't reassign it. In fact, we don't assign line color ever here. I'm basically trying to reproduce what I have done on these physical cards. With all manner of, I've made it really goofy. I've made it really weird. I never was able to figure out a way of doing this properly in the cards. They just fail. But we're going to try to make this do something somehow. I'm hitting all the keys and slapping down the cards much more stridently because this is just the kind of day. We're going to see whether we can get anywhere or whether it's all a complete fallacy and mistake that is going to lead to nothing but grief. Draws keys in black and white without reference to key signature. This will take Y, Y being the number that we're on, and accurately assign physical key color to what it's meant to be. At this point, this is all I need to do. Watch this. We're working with line color, which is basically gray, but only if we are on a particular key signature does it do the thing. I still don't have it correlated between the colors, and there might be a way of me building an array and doing it with the array. That's absolutely not what I wanted to do. Rather, it looks like I'm going to want to go color, and I guess I'll call it key array. Key not in the sense of a physical key. And then okay, so why is it so unhappy about this? Can I not create an array of colors? Field, no. Property, no. Get only property, no. Parameter, no. That was weird. What does it think it's doing? Whatever it's tried to do there, it failed. The underlining squiggle clearly says it failed. So whatever it was suggesting to do is a complete failure. What is its little problem? So object key array, okay, what does it suggest? No. It's just talking a bunch of nonsense at this point. It's not doing anything that can help me. That's terrible. That is completely terrible. Why is it so dumb? That does me no good at all. I was looking to make an array of colors with the respective values, which I could then use to do a cycle of fifths and use that array number as an index to step into it. However, what I can do, even though I can't do that, I think this will run just as it is. And the part of not being allowed to draw stuff is actually happening. I'm going to crush this into a little nugget because that never budges. We never modulated or do anything with it. So I'm not going to have the correct key tint for, say, F sharp, which is a sort of light lime color. I have it. We're not actually doing anything with it. But what I can do is go to a widely removed like 3 steps away. We'll go to the key of A major. Now what that's going to do is something a little different. Haha. That's not exactly what I expected to see. And in fact, I have a problem. But what it was meant to do is tint the white keys that are available to play as that tomato color, tint the black keys that are available to play also that tomato color, and have them be darker than just gray. Let's adjust the color of how about 128? How about exactly halfway? I know, right, lol? Doesn't it suck dealing with this nonsense? There. Are these tints going to become lighter or darker tints now? Alrighty. And there's a special trick involved with having done that. Now we barely have a tint at all, but now it's showing the available keys within a major. So you don't get C, but you do get C sharp, D, not D sharp, E, not F, F sharp, and that would be A, and this is A major. So A major and a step, and then a major third. We've successfully drawn A major as an available key. This went poorly last time. Maybe what I should do is remove the comments before attempting to do my big move over. How's that? Let's take the comments away so it doesn't confuse itself to death. God, excuse me. Did that include the other alpha? I guess I'll find out soon enough. It did. So check it out, same deal. Because we have the same alternate colors. Watch this. This will be kind of cool. What I gotta do is same as I did before. And maybe let's just do this in the tedious manual form. So see that tomato color. I already know that that's going to be just the white keys. So I'm less interested in that. Although we could just run with that. Why don't we just have that be the main color? Let's move these things to where they belong to. Boop. Because this stuff is not going to stay there, let me tell you what. Boy, that was useless. Why did it do that? No matter, fixed it. Then, lastly, let's just not have that be there. I don't know if the root color needs to be that way, but whatever. Wait, that's not going to work at all, is it? But rather than go by physical key color, I could let's see what we get now. We are doing a alternate, which is 1 circle of fifths away. That is G. No, let's make it 2. So we'll call it D. That means that it is 1/5, 2/5 away. And then this one is just in the key of C. All of the white keys are drawn in a tomato color. And there is, let's see, so there's C. And there are the alternate keys showing up. That's a slightly different tint of black. So if we were to do key main alpha at something bigger, let's do our Airwindows traditional golden ratio. Maybe it'll actually look nice. So what's going to be amusing is, see, and our slightly paler color, that is the root, as I have spelled out. This is a slightly different tint. It's not showing up very well. Let's go a little farther afield. We'll go to the key of E. That means another 2 steps around the circle of fifths. And that's going to start giving me contrastier looks. And now we have a black key that is not available in that key, or the other key. Our basic key is still the key of C. And the key of C, the notes available here are notes in white or this tomato color. And then the notes available in the key of E, which is like a third of the way around the cycle of fifths, that is showing up in a blue color. So now if we we assume that that key of E is fine, let's make the basic key, which is being drawn underneath the first one. Our main key is the one that's overwriting everything. If that becomes +5, that makes it be key of G. So we'll use the G color, which is a redder shade than the tomato color we started with. And now we're seeing something interesting. Namely, C is apparently still in our... Yeah. So what this arrangement of colors means is we get to play the note C, although we're in the key of G. Key of G. That means that these white keys are available to go to, and then you do not get to play C, D, E, F. But F sharp is available. So there's F sharp. Then there's G, like here's G. Hang on, I can correct this. I can fix it, I can make it better. So +5, yes, but then also the root has to also be +5. See, and this is how we're going to find alternate things like Dorian and minor keys and Phrygian modes and stuff will be represented by this. It's the root alpha. Now it's going to show me that it's in the key of G. There we are. Later one is the key of G. In the key of G, you can step backwards to that black key. But we're also simultaneously doing the key of E, and that's being represented by these notes. And the ones that are purely in gray are not available at all. My hope is that I can make this go back and forth in such a way that I can spell out, like, here's the key that we're in, here the underlying key, here is the mode that we're in. I want Dorian mode, or I want this other mode. Here is the alternate key that we're also in at the same time. These are the chords that are available also in this alternate key. And if you go to this melody note, like let's take some of these away, it won't let me set a key on the gray, but anything that is tinted is permissible. And let's zoom right the hell in. So this is our root. So if we do a melody that follows these tints, this will permit a chord within that key, which is in fact G. Then we go, I don't know what a G is. It's major though. D, 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 D. Here is E. Root note. D, D. Minor would be this, but that's not available. D, 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 D. If you wanted to make the melody do this, D, 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 you'd have to go to the other adjacent key. You'd have to go into E to hit that note. And then you could go D, 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 D. All of a sudden you've got another range of chords. It should let you plot out your notes in a melody. Plot out these notes, at which point it starts showing you the reharmonizations that you can do over those notes. D, 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 D. And then up to that one. Yeah, and that's the hope. I'm trying to do something that gives me ideas for doing just this. So here's something that I could also try to do. I've been wanting something like this. Let's go back to the Godot engine. That is a scroll determining the size. How tall is that? 64 pixels tall. This could also be 64 pixels tall. At least if I can click in the right place and type it properly. That would be 68. That would be 64. Click away and it will resize itself to be the relevant size. I don't just only want a scaling factor. In fact, the scaling factor is one of the things I'm least interested in. I want a scroll bar that can scroll this whole area so that when I do end up clicking on notes outside the window, it'll be able to draw it correctly. So what I need to do is, firstly, let's see if these look to be about the right size. That seems legit. And we're going to duplicate that. I wonder if I can rename this and it will follow things. Well, maybe I can rename it in this and it will be able to do it. Let's find out. Writer is supposed to be very clever. Certainly a lot cleverer than I am. Where are we looking for these? We're looking for these here. Can we rename that? Refactor. Well, refactor is often how you rename a thing, but is it going to be able to do that? Let's find out. No, it's not. Well, then let's just rename it here and in the Godot engine. Because it's technically a slider, but it's serving the purpose of a zoom, not a scroll. Scroll bar moves everything. That's what I'm looking to add, but that's not what this is. Okay. And place to be resizing yourself or renaming yourself. Then there's another, but now that one needs to be named. And we're also going to be wanting to move it. Well, that didn't do anything. Excuse me. Maybe if I click on it. Okay, let's see if that does any better. Oh, clicked on it 10 times and it moved. Now to do a similar thing here. Make another one, rename it. And then click on it in here and it will select only that one. It'll be on the top because it did a duplicate. Click on it 10 times and it moves. And in theory, first I better save it, otherwise the writer will not know where it is. In theory it still runs, but these don't do anything. However, I am apparently mistaken. It does not run. It broke, it screamed, it died. What's going on? Do we have visible bugs? Is it upset because I'm using the same number for the name for the variable as it is for that? Oh, got there. These need to be renamed to Zoom 2. That's all. There. Should be able to work now. Got there. So these don't do anything yet, but these do. And the idea is, since we have this very limited ability to look at things, I will end up coming with some kind of good default size. And then this scrolls all of it up and down without actually... I am a little bit... There should be a way of doing this. Like, it's drawing all of this stuff correctly. So in theory, these can just offset the blitting I'm doing. And let's find out if that's true. I guess first find out whether we can even do that. And before that, let's duplicate these. That's the kind of thing where if you were typing it out, the auto fill-in would be attempting to jump in and give you the values, although it might possibly get it all totally wrong. This should still run. Command B doesn't make this run. It has in fact still run. So create empty, get size, blit rect, and then blend rect. I'm going to want to be offsetting these things by an amount. Also, it makes it more complicated that I got the flip Y going on. But honestly, it's more complicated here. And funny thing, I'm not really quite sure where I am fixing the flip Y. And that makes me sad, because I'd like to be better at that. But one thing I can do is copy this and put it in a different place. All of the places where I will indeed need to be using all of these things. There, I'm going to need to use that there too. Firstly, let's see if we can make the scroll bar do anything. Because I'm basing it on an underlying graphic that is exactly the number of vertical pixels that are present in the available MIDI notes. We're looking at lines which are effectively the same thing as MIDI notes. Like MIDI note 0 would be the one on the very bottom, MIDI note 1 would be 1 pixel above that, and we're just displaying it differently. Well, looks like we're doing a blit rect and a blend rect from these things. So what if we simply took the value? So is it going to be X and Y? So it would be zoom W and then zoom H. Let's see what happens if we do. Or rather, scroll W. Sorry, I stand corrected. And I should cast them to int. That's why it's unhappy. Oop. Butterfingers. See, I can scale this as I see fit. I can probably come up with a way of scaling it so that it will scroll within the available nodes at all times. Okay, so clicks will stop working properly, but this should work. Clicks are already not working properly far out, and that is because I had it be offset. There. We do this, and it's actually not perfect, but it's trying. It is trying to be the right thing. And struggling more than a bit, but some parts of it are mostly okay. But then, here's how we scooch up and down. Or indeed, side to side. It's just a question of how much space remains for doing that with. I think if I scroll off the edge, yeah, there's a gray nothingness at the top edge. And indeed, at the far edge. But beyond that, it's basically okay. So that's neat. Bobby-san, I would try Console X. It's not meant to be anything of the sort, but it might be a way for you to get interesting sounds. Never go for a name brand hardware. It's a false economy. Let's see what we can make out of this. Well, what if this was divided by zoom W? So I'm going to go back over to the other thing again. I don't know why I called this 1217. Probably because I just dragged it to be that size. But no, we can do that differently. A lot of this adjusts itself as it needs to. Okay, those are all children of that. Note is there, but it's just my little reference for things. So it's 512 by 128. What happens if we do this? Well, that's not what I meant to do at all. That's because I just hit Tab by mistake when I meant to do that. Go to the minimum value, please. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. That's right. That's the one where I wanted to update it. There we go. Now let's see what we got. So there's the full appearance. And doing it this way, we can make it scroll completely off. Or zoom it in. And then scroll off that way. So then we go back to here, and what happens if our offset there, like we're going keys display get size X. Hang on. we could have scroll H and scroll W simply be 0 to 1. It gets to start at 0, doesn't it? So we're looking into trying to make this automatically configure itself to any resizing of the thing. Because the thing is, if I make it resize perfectly in every respect, I can make the window be resizable, and that would be fascinating. I'm not sure how practical it is, but that would be fascinating. So let's jump into these again. This bulky thing. It's really tiresome. So that's potentially a problem. Property step float equals 0.01. How about step is 0? I think that'll work, yeah? And then this also needs to go from, boy, I click on it and I click again and it moves off with the bit that I want to do. 1, 0, and 0. So there we are. Now it's hardly going to budge at all, but we're going to do something with it to fix that. Namely, we're going to scroll this stuff by keys display or display get size. So this now goes from 0 to 1. So scroll height, that is a factor of display get size. And zoom height is in play here. So scroll height, zoom height, value times this stuff should give me a range that'll go to the full size of the image. And the same will happen for X divided by zoom W. I don't know whether this is going to work. I'm just interested in seeing whether this happens to be the special way of going about it. Because again, if I can make this stuff work and it's consistent, that means I can have the window be auto-resizable, which I didn't actually bargain on doing. So that actually shrinks down to nothingness. And that kind of disappears instantly. So didn't actually bargain on that, but it does what it does. And it instantly vanishes as soon as I do anything with it. So this is a swing and a miss. You actually can't take it off of the edge without it just vanishing. So that's clearly no bueno. I did something wrong. However, ooh, hang on. What if it's just a precedence factor? I always put parentheses in there because I never trust understanding operator precedence enough to make something work. So now we have made this go to, it still vanishes, but that's fine. Does it scroll? A little bit. Maybe I want the opposite of that. Okay, so this isn't doing what I wanted, but there's something to be said for this. Bits of it were kind of working. So what do we got? We've got, if I do this part and only this part, it should give me a zoom that works, and then what scroll does, oh, I stand corrected. I guess something went horribly wrong. Yeah. Okay, what's your little damage now? When I had scroll H going to a number, it was able to offset it in a useful way. Jess is finding cool things. Die Fiver, I would love to have something like that happen. I don't. So here's my problem as it currently stands. I should be able to draw this on screen by now. Display get size is not doing what I wanted. So we're going to punch in numbers and see if that helps. Also, I don't need those F's because it's a double that I'm assigning to. There, are we drawing the thing or have we failed? We're drawing the thing, and it's immediately snapping out of existence as soon as anything is present. Looks like we're already offset. That's weird. What's up with that? As soon as this is doing anything, it's no longer scrolling properly. When I had it doing it with hard-coded numbers that went from 1 to whatever, it would do it. This is giving me a heavily off. I'm willing to believe that's by 100. I'm willing to believe that's stepped in by 100, and that's why it's drawing it the way that it is. The instant that I take these off of 0, it blows up. Well, what if I have it be the value times 1? It should be giving me numbers that go from 0 to 1. I'm a bit puzzled as to what is going on with it. I'm willing to believe that that is, yep, it is 1 off. Okay. I wasn't expecting to see this happening, but it's something. I'm able to scroll all the way in. And then there's a little edge at the top. Like, this is more or less the behavior I wanted. I just don't know how we got there. Hey, smurfed him. And if we zoom all the way in, we can go to sort of the edge of things. And we have a little value shower up at the end. So if we go up to here, oh no, wait, the click isn't going to mean a damn thing at this point. I'm not making this adjustment in both places. What does rect2i think it's doing? That's not actually the question. What does splitrect think it's doing? Why is it not showing anything? Now that I'm... Okay, please show me this stuff. Can you? What does it take to... How about this? Oh, for heaven's sake. Stop. Well, I know that said blitrect, so let's go from there. Blitrect doing this will let me do it. So, and clicking on it means I don't see that anymore. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. Okay. Copies at coordinates DST. Okay, so it's those coordinates I need to be adjusting. Or is it? No. No, I'm trying to copy from the source image to this image at 0, 0. I had it right the first time. So the blit and the blend are fine for now. But I'm supplying source, keys display, copying from source rect is how we're getting there. And then the place that we're drawing the image produced by that is in fact going to be 0, 0. Otherwise it will simply end up drawing stuff. It will move from the opposite direction in a way that is not particularly helpful or useful. So bits of this are okay for starters. So now what I'm wondering is, could it, if it wants the values to go from 0 to 1, like it's wanting the values to go from 0 to 1 as if the first bits in rect2i are actually a proportion of the, like that's crazy. And yet, scroll H and scroll W should be 0 to 1. Let's go back and look. Scroll W, max 1, 0 to 1. Scroll H, max 1, 0 to 1. I'm having a hard time understanding why this is not simply nudging it by 1 pixel, and instead it is going across the entire range of the image. Why would that be? But if that's what it's doing, and I divide it by the relevant things, that will take that down to literally nothing. It does not disappear when it scrolls down to the full size, and when we do this, oh, nope, it scooches down to nothing. So the 0 to 1 is doing the full range of this, but then if we zoom in all the way, what do we get? Not much of a change. That is a correct suggestion, Jess, and exactly what I'm trying to do. Also, clicking on stuff doesn't work anymore. So what we should have is, if we do this, rather than zooming from this bottom edge to here, zoomed out as far as we can go, we can click on these things here. And then we scroll it, and that's as far as it's able to go. Rather than across the entire range. Much like if we had it from here, rather than doing the smallest available motion, it now covers the full range. So this is modifying things in exactly the opposite way it's supposed to. That's interesting. We zoom in as far as we can. We get control over clicking on stuff again. But then we can't move it very far. Whereas I would have thought, zooming in as far as we can, we get to move it a whole large amount, like from to the very top. But that's not what's happening. Then zooming out as far as we can, we have the full range of motion. The same thing is going to be happening for the other side, because it's following the same rules. So you know what I'm going to do? It's been really hot around here, so I've got fans going, and it's actually cooler than it needs to be. So I'm going to turn off the ceiling fan. I'm going to go briefly visit the restroom. Not that I've been drinking that much coffee. I'm not going to make more coffee, but I'm going to go and rinse out my cup. And I'm going to put on a piece of music of some kind. And I'll be right back. I need to clear my head a little bit. This is too much. I'll do other music like that someday. This thing I'm playing with is meant to be a tool for being able to do things like it. It isn't, but it's meant to be like that. Back to our original state. Let's rerun that. I need to remind myself where I was stuck. If we scroll all the way down, this ranges from 0 to 1, and 1 means entirely off of the screen. Zoom it all this way, and it goes from 0 to not really very much. That's going from like 1 to 16. So I'm zooming in, expanding that to a large proportion. So restrict can't have a negative size. One thing that is happening is I won't have crop display yet, but it's being created at get size x divided by some w. That's probably significant. Ooh, I bet that's very significant. And I'll tell you why. Because we're creating the image, which can, yeah, that's what's happening. It's nothing to do with window size at all. It's the fact that I am making what is potentially a tiny, 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 tiny image, which I'm then splitting to display texture. It's doing a good job of accommodating that. But my whole problem is when let's run this again. So I'm looking to be able to scroll all across this thing at whatever size it is. Much like that. When I do this, the image is like 128 pixels tall. And so it's allowing itself to go all the way from 128 down to nothing. When I do this, that's all that's there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pixels tall. And it appears to be able to offset it. But what it's going to need to do is offset by a whole bunch. Whereas here, it needs to not hardly offset by anything at all. So here's where some of it is happening. So what does this mean then? Well, if dividing by this was giving me the wrong answer, what general things happen if we're multiplying by it? Oh, for heaven's sake, don't do that. But by the amount that's being scaled, what then? Please stop throwing Windows at me, you insufferable thing. X divided by some W. And Y divided by some H. I think I had this before and it completely didn't work. We'll see whether it completely doesn't work again. Well, there it disappears. And in fact, here it also disappears. Although it is able to scooch a little bit, but that's not really helpful or what I had in mind. Likewise, that has a nasty tendency of simply disappearing. Yeah, this is completely wrong. How is it as wrong as it is? What if I divide by this already very small number? Does that make it happier? Hitting Command Beat doesn't make this run. Okay, it scrolls a little way. Starting to see the behavior I wanted. See what it's doing? It should barely move when you're scrolling across the whole size of it, but then, if we're zooming way in, that's still not very much though. But one thing I'll say for it is it's leaving everything on the screen. So what if I've zoomed out until you can't see any of these dots at all? This barely moves. If I zoom in just a little ways, this also barely moves. Interesting. And then if I zoom in a lot, moves a little bit more, but still that's not very impressive. And see, I've barely got an octave range in there. I can click, but nothing happens. Oh no, wait, something kind of happened. Yeah, it's not answering to this at all. But if we dial it right back, then at least that part is still working. In fact, it's working fairly nicely. Again, clicking on these colored bars is supposed to give me a cue as to what notes in the octave are being clicked on, or in the case of the gray, not being allowed to be clicked on, which should show a range of what chords are available over those notes. Ideally, I could have multiple notes all present. So just for funsies, I wonder, since it's not able to move very well, and since I'm applying it in this weird way, this goes from 1 to 16. This goes from 1 to 16. What if this needs to go from 1 to 16? That'd be an interesting thing, huh? I don't know really quite why it would insist upon that, but all the same, it makes you wonder whether it needs to go from 1 to 16. I can do it on the other one as well. And I just want to see what it does faced with that. You can zoom all the way out. I see no motion. Can zoom all the way in. Am I seeing more activity? Weirdly, no. So you see the size of all this. I should be able to scroll past many, many octaves and get all the way up to the top. Like, see, I've got it zoomed out as far as this. That lets me click all the way up to around 127 or thereabouts. If I zoom, that is no longer available to me. But then if I scroll up, it's still not, because that's not how we're doing that calibration. So this throws off the entire clicking on things part. Oh, this is so frustrating. Like, parts of it work and then parts of it so utterly and completely don't. Let's look at a bunch of things down there and then see what happens when we scroll up, and then looks like we can, so there is a red dot on blue. So we can kind of get it into a zone, except for this is just very frustrating and wrong. Why is it being so fussy? You can only, it's limited to zooming in this far. Could it be that I need to work by the constant 127 in there somehow? Could it be that I need to, rather than doing display get size y and display get size x, like, are we even defining that? Empty image of given height. Oh boy. because zoom H and zoom W seem relevant, but at the same time, they're maybe not relevant in this way. If we revert to this, then nothing happens at all. But if I do that, same, almost no effect. It's going exactly 1 pixel in each direction rather than 127. Every step of the way, this is going exactly 1 pixel. That's probably a useful observation. Okay. What if this bloody crazy thing throwing stuff at me constantly? If that moves exactly 1 pixel, will this make it move by all the pixels? No, but it's moving by some pixels. Okay. And then if we do this, it's reverted to 1 pixel, so that's cool. And if we zoom all the way in, it's doing some pixels again rather than all the pixels. So, okay. Okay, we have some range of adjustment there. We get to go by about 1 octave. And with this, we get to see a little bit of what it's trying to do. It's sort of swooping outwards and focusing on a region kind of around here. What I'm now wondering is if it was times display get size y and then divided again, does it get closer to what it's meant to actually be? Well, there's one quick way to fool with that. However, it's making me wonder, I'm wondering many things. And now I need to take that away. There we go. No. Bad. Wrong. Don't even how I did that. So we've scaled this up so it is now goes up to 16 rather than not. Oh, hi, look at that. We're still scaling it down to nothing. But now when we do this, that is the entire range I had been hoping to see. So that's interesting. What I don't have is the ability to place pixels on that screen relative to that. But you know, that's become a very simple algorithm. All that's happening is it's going a little bit too far. But I'm willing to ignore that for the moment. Because it did what I'd hoped. Oh, look, this is exactly the same code. So what do we got if in blitrect and blendrect we're copying from a point that is scroll W or scroll H over? With this, we are defining click X and click Y. But and have you correctly? Yes, you have. Okay, it figured out what I was doing, which it doesn't always do, but this time it did. Seems to be very limited and it gets confused very easily. Now what have we got? Is it capable of doing anything with this stuff set to 0? I'm going to say yes. And now we zoom out. And scroll up. So the zoom needs work, clearly. But as messy as that is, that's what I wanted. Zoom over, scooch over here, plot some plots. I'm going to make a sort of circle. Okay, more like a box really, but whatever. All right, there's our circle. Scooch over here, shrink right back. Now it's an elongated circle. And now it's a tiny circle. That worked. Now what to do with it is a whole other question. But as silly and dumb as that was, that worked. I can now plot things over the entire range of this, which also means, and I am very tempted to try to make the scroll wheel zoom in and out on wherever it's located. I'd like that. I think it would be too hard. I don't think I can make that work. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to be able to use the scroll wheel, single out a particular location, and zoom in and out on that location? It was pulling teeth even getting this, so that's not going to happen. Now, what I wonder is whether I can dial it back in such a way that it doesn't go off screen like this. Because we're getting a funny sort of effect where I can always go exactly 100% off screen. Which means I'm kind of zooming from the opposite direction. Here's 0. This makes it possible to click neatly on exactly 127. But the trouble is you get to scroll 127 right off the screen. See, that's the last available one. Oh, and I can cause a problem through clicking on a pixel that's not actually there. So we can do that. It is still telling me exactly what the note is I'm on. That would be a G, because it says 10. Oh, you can... Okay, so that's a little better. You can use the scroll wheel on this scroll bar. That's not that bad. Yeah, so scroll wheel on the scroll bar seems to be a very effective way of getting this in the zone, being able to go from side to side and around and stuff. That seems legit, to the point where it's usable. What I'd like to do from this point forwards is get some of this stuff working better. Got a bunch of lawn mowing going on this side. Apologies for that, to the extent that I need to. Also, I wonder if I can scale this in such a way where it'll keep things on screen. Because you see, zooming up all the way puts you neatly to scrolling right off screen, no matter what it is. So if this went to a value of 15, and correspondingly so this could be all super broken, I don't know. We will find out momentarily. Okay, that zoomed up to a point of exactly 30. What's going on? It didn't like that one bit. Is it simply because I don't have this updated? Let's find out. Are you going to do the same thing again? Signs point to yes. See, it's scooching it off screen there. But if I zoom in all the way, we're back to like next to no effect. That's no good. I had it doing so well. Well, if that did the opposite thing, or if that was far too extreme, oh, for heaven's sake. How about nearly almost 16 without quite being there? After all, it should be trying to do its thing. Oh, okay. We have immediately gone to being no use whatsoever again. How could it have gone that wrong with that little done? Can we put it back again, or is it a lost cause? Have I changed one thing and then it's broken forever? One way to find out. Wild. Okay, what was it doing when it was okay? I just changed that and now it's completely busted and I can't get back what I had. That seems bad. That seems thoroughly bad. This is the condition under which it was working before, yeah? You saw it working. It was doing its thing. So 16. I swear I only changed this. Well, let's save it. Maybe it's simply I changed the thing and then I didn't save it when I put it back. That still looks pretty bad. I can only go up to 23. Although I can zoom to get there. But it had... You saw it working, didn't you? I swear to God, I had it so that you could use the scroll bar, scroll all the way to the... Oh, and now it's not even responding to that. Well, why is that happening? It's letting me click on things, all right, but now I have no ability to update these with scroll wheel. This, yes. This, yes. This, no. Scroll wheel is no longer talking to this. What the hey? That was working before. What could have happened to it to stop it working that way? Okay, I bet it's something to do with step. Surely step is the secret there. Because I think step is what causes the scroll wheel to go. One to 16 step 1. 1 to 16 step 1, value is 8. 1 to 16 step 0, but it wasn't 1 before, but let's find out. 1 to 16 step 1. Okay, so if you do that, I better remember to save. Now are we going to get back to behavior again? Looks like not exactly, but I do have scroll bar control of that again. And indeed this too. Okay, what could I have changed that causes it to be so focused on doing this wrong? I swear I didn't touch the thing that had it able to zoom in, and if I can make it move the right place, I have that range on tap. But now I don't get to move it up there. Thanks before. Like you can see, I can do this, but I'm not able to get up into the 128 range, and before I could. What the hell? And it was through doing this too. Yeah, it's exactly the same. So this code worked, and it doesn't have to change. This was somehow very different. I feel like I had to have tied this somehow to the actual size of the window, and that makes no sense. I don't remember doing that. But all the same, that's how it's acting now. As if I had this set differently, like to something like that. And then I changed it and didn't notice that I hadn't saved, and I was operating it believing that it was the new setting. That's weird. And then this would have been 512. And then I have to remember to save it, or it won't see the new changes. And then we get there, and then just off the edge. And it's always exactly one more. So what would it need to be in order to be exactly 1 pixel less? See this? This is 1 pixel. I've gone exactly 1 pixel more than I should. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, no, 8. Shrinking down a bit. So what I'd like to do, and I might just give up on doing, is have it automatically adjust so it doesn't scroll off the top like this. That seems to the bad, even though when I do it, this is still a clickable area. Not only that, but these are MIDI notes that are way higher than you need. You can't sing up this high. We don't necessarily need to make this whole thing work in such a way that you can specify, oh, hi, I sang a MIDI 127, because nobody can do that. Well, one of the things that I did see happening was maybe we can just override it. So here's what changed. We've got it going from 0 to 128. That's the full size available. If instead I went from 0 to, say, 64, what's it then show me? Oh, interesting. Did I forget to save? It's acting like it's not different. You'd think it would work a little better, but I mean, that would be ambitious. Up we go to 71. Okay. And then we can scroll so far that we have our top notes available anyhow, but we've zoomed in too far. Suggesting there's adjustment here as well. Related to zoom. Let's try this mess. I tried to use the arrow keys. What? What? For heaven's sake. Well, you worked before when I forced it to do this, so let's just do that. We can cast the entire thing. And look, it's trying to suggest the wrong one. Boop. And then same thing for not up there, down here. The one I'm updating is scroll W, so and then I gotta surround that with parentheses as well, and I gotta do it everywhere it appears. Now what? And let's go back here and put these back to the one that worked. 28, and I didn't actually change that one yet. Fine. Oh, goodness. All right. So I've got that covered. Scroll 8. Oh, no, I don't. I haven't done it all yet. That's only part of it, not all of it. That's all of it. So what does this now do? Does it do anything sensible? It still lets me scroll all the way off the bottom. That seems less than desirable. And we've now restricted its behavior completely, so it's doing the opposite of what I wanted. Crazy. Although I will bet one thing. I think it's still going to let me click anywhere I want. Yep. So as long as I keep those things matching exactly, it'll at least be able to place notes where I want them. Big ask, if true, but whatever. Maybe I'm looking for the inverse. That would work like this. And I am forgetting, did it refuse to accept that parenthesis because it didn't expect it to be that way? That's dumb. I typed a parenthesis and I think it just stepped over it because it assumed I wanted to do it in a certain sequence. Okay. Here's our some W. Probably don't want to change that. No, I don't want to change that. And then there's some H. Inverted. And in so doing, now I don't have it adjusted to size anymore. That seems bad. Although there's a way of going about that. Probably display get size would give me that. So technically I could go and punch in resizable values if it turns out that this works. Remains to be seen whether it even works, so let's find out. That would be super duper nope right there. In fact, it's moving by exactly 1 pixel again. Wild. Yeah, that's moving by exactly 1 pixel. What? No matter what size it is, that's what it does. Exactly 1 pixel. So that's kind of the opposite of what I hoped was going to happen. I'm beginning to lose heart on being able to make this part better. I also feel it's wasting my time. This should put it back to being able to do the oh, wait, have I just screwed this up completely? Shouldn't have. Should be the right thing. I don't know. I don't trust it. I don't know if that's really true, but that should have been the right thing. Let's find out. Oh, now what's your problem? What are you doing with this? What's your problem? Why are you complaining about that? I just fixed it. That part's fine. Why is this part not? Is it because it has an extra pren here? Okay, weird flex, but okay. Alrighty, let's see if we have a working behavior that gets all of the things that we want. Boop, boop, all good. Let's scroll up to... No, it's all busted. The hell? Okay, let's quit out of here. Let's save this. Let's save this and double check that these are the sizes they should be. Fine. Why do you constantly break yourself, you crazy, stupid thing? What's your damage? Maybe I forgot to hit save. No, that's absolutely broken again. What the hell? How can this be so difficult to keep going? I'm changing so little each time, and yet it explodes and dies. I don't get it. Maybe I can use undo to step back to a working version? Okay, we had that. I swear to God that's what it was before. What was the previous? I just put it back to that. In theory, that should work. What was it before? Okay, was this the last working version? Is that what it needed? The whole sizing thing screwed it up? Yep. Okay. Okay, walked it back to a working state. This is 127. Now, the range of this is more problematic, but you know what? Right now, I'm a little less worried about that. I'd love to have it be a little bit more sensible, but I will accept being able to use relevant things. Also, might be a time for putting in some of my other stuff. I'm not going to be able to do this off the top of my head, but I can at least get the guts of it built in. Because we got it back to something resembling a working factor. I can add another thing here as long as I'm fooling with note. Okay, that should work. I do not know why this is causing a problem. Context actions, what are your complaints? Oh, remove not accessed local variable. Oh no, we're going to be doing something with this. It's a local variable, but it will be done something with. And then this becomes it doesn't want that final parenthesis. Oh, look, it rearranged it. Okay, if you must. Then let's scooch up to this again. Our little switch case statements. Oh, for heaven's sake, it's doing so many things. So that should be able to... Now what's its problem? Oh, it wants it to be a const. It's not going to be a const. Tearing my damn hair out for this. Do I have room to paste a switch statement? Kind of do. Oh, for heaven's sake. This is doubtless a horrible way of doing this, but you saw how much trouble I was having with literally everything, so what do you expect? Boy, I can't even click on things correctly anymore. But yeah, I think many people probably find it very easy. Makes very little difference to me. If I have to program in Godot, I have to program in Godot. I've not really spent much time programming in C#, to be honest. That doesn't actually have anything to do with anything. So in theory, we just did this. A, B flat. Hang on, no B. What am I doing? C. Man, it just is always wanting to do other things. I guess I just told it not to. C sharp, D sharp, F sharp, G, so all these could be either sharps or flats dependent upon what the key is. The way it works is if you're going clockwise, you add sharps. If you're going counterclockwise, you add flats. So that is meaningful. And in fact, it's telling you which white note you leave out. I should be able to pass information into this that will tell it which of those it needs to be. I'm not there right now. Let's see what it does. Save, run. Oh, no. Zeep, and whoop. 1 is C sharp. Is 0 really C, though? No. 4 is C sharp. Ten is G. And 0 says A. Okay, this appears to be translating. Let's get out of here and put everything back to attempting to be only in the key of C and see whether it acts in a way that's seemingly normal. Because I'm telling it to be in the key of G instead, and that's changing everything. And we have two entirely distinct keys, but now we're making them both be the same. And there we are. Although we have a problem in that we can now no longer go down to the lowest C. But technically this is all these are all such low notes anyhow that why should we care? See, here are some notes. That is C. We click on that, it says MIDI note 12, and 3 translates to C. No note for the sharp, but there is D, E, F, we can zoom in a little bit, and then let's go down here. G, A. So that's the scale in the key of C. And if I start doing weird things like 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Don't have that. What should I have instead of that? D sharp. No. Oh, for heaven's sake, what am I looking at? I've just lost track of what I was doing anyhow, so it doesn't matter. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 gets me to D flat. I can't find that one. .35 mod 12. It is now showing me a scale in which literally every chromatic note is available. What it's not doing, however, is rendering what is also there. It's rendering the key of C in that tomato-looking color, but it is not rendering the shared notes in any way. And I feel that is wrong. I feel it should not be doing that. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm stuck again. Color is fine. The switch statement is throwing all of this off. Now, one thing I have done is rendered all the physical key colors to be correct, and that's not being altered by this. I'm just looking for a blend. Okay, so we're working with line color. Both of these will operate on a line-by-line basis. This is overriding physical key color. So maybe rather than trying to do just one line color, I need to have two of them and sort of interpolate them. Each of these is going to do my color-coded thing quite successfully. Problem is, how often does this run? Oh dear, this only runs once. Well, that's troublesome. Though, I could simply make yet another. There could be an overlay for the, I mean, these are very small files. This is like this, what you would use for a texture that's just one texture in thousands for a video game. So I needn't be so fussy about these. Let's rename this. We'll use this. Please don't give me any other suggestions. did it successfully do it? Yes, it did. So we got primary display and we got secondary display. Ooh, I wonder if it's able to, let's see whether it can save me a little trouble by correctly figuring out that I want this to be exactly the same. It might. That's the kind of thing that you would imagine it might be able to do. Secondary display equals, how are you doing? Does it look about right? Sure does. And then if I do this, look at that. Okay, so you push it in the right direction. Sometimes it's able to do the typing for you. Cool, cool. Now we have 2. Same basic process here. Oh wait, no, we can't because it's doing something wrong. Let's find out whether it was able to do that thing. It's a rename. It was able to do the thing. Now we do a similar process. Except for it's trying to fill in dumb things because I made a slight typo. And it's assuming that that P is gospel, but it is not. Oh, good luck with sleeping off your head cold. And so here, some of this is going to be about the same and some of it's not. This is probably going to require a bunch of fuzzy detail work. Because I need to do that. I do not know why it is acting like it's a rename. Clearly it's not. We'll copy that, we'll select it, and here's our alternate key. I don't know why it's not willing to accept that, but that's still the correct thing. And we're making entirely separate color palettes for each, and then we're going to do a blend of the two. And we're going to do it on blitting and blending. So there's alternate color, there's our line secondary color, main color, line primary color, there's our root color, primary color. We're not going to use a root color for the secondary. And then we get to do this twice. So far so good, and likewise. And we should have been able to make two things that way. And at this point, it will render only one of them. And that's what we see here. It's a key of C. And all the black keys are grayed out. much like they are in this card. It is quite a pity that I struggle so much with how to make some of this stuff work. What are you going to do? It shouldn't be this hard. And then if I go y plus 5, it's now in the key of G. And it's rendering this part. In a way that I would not have predicted, and I'm not sure is correct. What's going on here? Oh, I know what's going on there. Looks funny because here is G, then A, and you're allowed to play F sharp, but that is actually a white key. This gray is a white key that you're not supposed to be playing. I wonder if I can make that more visibly obvious. It's going to be part of this. I don't know. But one thing I probably can do is start bringing in this alternate stuff. So we're also making secondary display. That means we can blit secondary display over things. Click in shouldn't be changed. That's the same as it was. But this part happens twice now. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I don't have that quite right. Let's undo that. Blend rect is drawing my dots on things with transparency. The initial blit rect doesn't draw with transparency, and that's drawing those keys. But it makes me wonder whether I could draw in 3 layers instead. But it's this blit rect that needs to have another layer added to it that is a blend rect. And we start with secondary display. And the rest of this should be fine. And let's see where we got. We're not actually drawing any of that stuff with transparency, so it might be worth going into drawing the initial things not as opaque. So okay, we're in key of G, so far so good. It looks a little weird, but that's because non-used things are grayed out. I was looking to have these draw over each other semi-transparently. Let's see what we can do to add alpha to this stuff. Okay. We don't actually need to define this variable. I feel like I can simply skip that part. So I'm working from key main color. How is that being? That's simply being defined here. That's how I'm defining what color the key's in. That's a whole separate thing that doesn't have to do with whether I want it to be alpha transparent or not. So the secondary one can lerp from physical key color. That's being drawn first. Can I override physical key color at that point? Because it's not being referred to again. So physical key color is getting replaced here. No. But thanks for trying. How can I specify transparent? Well, I can spell it out, but not spelled as colors. Instead, color. Does this contain transparent? Probably not. No, it doesn't, but I can spell it out. So let's just go and do that again from where I did it before, like this. And then we lerp from that. So that can be a transparent black. 0, 0, 0, 0. Now physical key color is semi-transparent. And then line primary color, which is getting overlaid onto the other one, is being overlaid onto OK. So got there, it's just weird. That's an available color, that's the key we're in. Everything else is getting darkened a whole bunch. So that's weird. But part of the reason it's weird is because we're using like the key of D flat or something. So if we go back to main key is the key of C. There's the key of C. And then the next one is the key of G. I'm going to make it start doing that automatically. For now, I'm still thinking them all out and typing them out. Now it does this. Save. Key of C. Black key is not available, but there's a black key, and it is a different shade. kind of dark because it's being overlaid onto a black key. Wait, hang on. No, I've got that wrong. Okay, what fresh hell have we got here? F is supposed to not be available when you go to the other. Oh, I think I see what I did wrong. We'll see what happens if we make everything all be transparent and stuff. We're assigning physical key colors here. Here's where we're assigning the second. So if we jump in here and also make physical color be transparent there as well, then what happens? We should have made it so that it's just in a background of gray. That's what it looks like now. C, D, F is special because in the key of G it's not there anymore. F sharp is supposed to be available, but it's not. What? Like I had this working before, I wanted a blend of these things. Well, one thing I can do is, rather than doing it this way, how about we literally just blend the shades? No more of that. Perhaps no secondary display at all. We'll dial that all the way back. And what happens if we do this? What? That doesn't even make sense. Why did it put that in without me asking when it knew it was going to be wrong? That can go away again. Oh, hello. Why are you saying secondary display and then all of this other stuff is primary? It shouldn't matter. Whatever. Okay. We're going to make this be very different and see where it gets us. Physical key color still normal, alternate color very striking. Both of them are lerped off of physical key color. All of that is legit. I don't see a problem there. We're basing it off of a different shade. Back to main color, main alpha, basing this off of the same thing, also lerping it off of physical key color. Root shouldn't change matters. And that should be giving me a different shade. So let's firstly see what happens if we are at 0. Fine, fine. That is correct. We are, after all, in C. And then we see what happens if we are lerping it to force it to become line secondary color and what it gives us then. That is not a change. Have we done this and not assigned it? Is that it? Like it's giving me a result, but not actually assigning it to anything? Now what does it do? Should be a totally different shade, and it should be in a different place, and boom, got there. Got there. With some weird side effects, too. Very weird side effects. So now when we do our 50-50 blend between the tomato-looking color of G major and what's probably, what, is it E major or something? Well, that looks interesting, although it's a bit vivid. And I'm not really quite sure where it wants me to start. No, there it is. See? See, that's the brightest line. We can do that after this other bit. Let's reverse this so that we can throw in our old faithful golden ratio. And having done that, we probably don't, I mean, we're using the same for everything. Why don't we just call that the alpha and go from there? Let's change it from here. Layer alpha because it's about layering everything. I'll even move it to a separate place just to highlight the fact that it's its own special variable. It can live there. That's how we layer these things on top of each other. And we shall see what we get. So there's layer alpha. I'll copy it so I can apply it. And then we just start applying it everywhere. That's not correct at all. It's not even letting me undo. What the hell? Please let me copy the bloody thing so that I can apply it. Thank you. And also here. Oh, but I don't get to copy all of that at once. Fine. And there we overlay that. And there we are rendering that unnecessary. We probably get to rename primary display again. And do we have layer alpha in there anywhere? No matter. Also, what the hey? Oh, I see what I did there. That should be satisfactory. I don't think it needed anything more. No, that's fine. We get to make that go away. And let's see. We no longer need secondary display for anything. Although oddly enough, it is still showing up, so that's weird. Oh, because they have it there. Okay, now let's see if we are still in functioning order. Probably we are. Oh, okay. Good, good. So there we go. It's a pity it goes so far, but oh well. I can come up with useful settings for some of these things. And this is in a state where every node is available for use with something, with the exception of this one. So we're in the key of C theoretically, but look at all of these additional notes we get to use. And that is because our secondary key is a weirdie. But that's the one note we don't get to use. So there's an octave with one note skipped. And that's because we're in a weird combination of keys. So what I'd like to do is find a way of pumping that information in there in such a way that I can update it. And I don't know if I can do that could I rerun ready? Or copy a bunch of this stuff out to a separate one. Like ready automatically gets called. I don't need to constantly rerun this, but I'm going to need to run it more than once. I guess it's running this once. I could rerun it on input. Shall we see what happens when you rerun it as input? Because it's doing that for every click. It's capable of running all this in process, mind you. I'm acting as if it's not able to do it past a certain point, but it would be able to do this 60 times a second. It just seems wasteful. Might also be wasteful to run it in input, but I'm not really sure I care. Or I could just dump it to another so if we did this, copy all of you up to and including that. And we paste it in, it won't be happy with us, but in theory, you could do this. And we've just made a duplicate of an existing method, which should still be kind of intact. It's working with TextureRect, and it's doing all this stuff with colors. And it's drawing to keys display, which already exists at the very top of the thing. This is present within main CS. So what's going on is I've got this separate thing, but instead, if I did this, it's not overriding anything. With the contextual actions for public. Oh, no, that could be private, couldn't it? Okay, so private void draw keyboard. So in theory, I don't suppose I can collapse this, can I? We can do this. And then we can do this. In theory, that will work. Let's find out. We've just added another layer of indirection that completely appears to have worked. But now, we can call it again and again every time we do something. We could call it when we change another control. Like stick something also around the edges of this. Might not necessarily be a slider, but it could be, and you would just tell it to call that function. So let's see about what it would take in order to make that happen. Firstly, we can duplicate this and rename it to key. Key signature has a separate meaning. I'm going to be looking more for what key it is. And then we can move it around after having clicked on it. There we go. Got there. And it's not quite overlapping all of this stuff. I know this is messy. Sadly, I do not care, so we will see. And for this one, we go from 0 to 12. Or actually, no, it would be 1 to 12 or 0 to 11. We'll call that 0 to 11. It has to be scroll, but we can force it to return only integer numbers, because that will force it to be within step. Actually, no, it isn't even going to force it to be within step. It's just going to be forced to be integers, which is fine. We can live with that. And we don't want allow greater or allow lesser. That'll let you scroll past the boundaries of the control. I think it probably won't draw the thumb of the control beyond the boundaries of the control, but that's where the thumb will go crazy. I'm getting very close to thawing out my taco stuff. It's getting on towards 4. But we've granted all of this nonsense is ugly and dumb. But even though it's ugly and dumb, we're able to do some things with it. So nothing's labeled. Nothing is particularly good or useful. But we might still be able to do stuff. Here is a control, and the way you make it do things is to do stuff with signals. Changed, for instance. On key changed, from piano roll, oh, can't do that. Don't need that. So here is the hope. Maybe the problem is that it is a child. Connecting from on changed. Oh, okay, so on key changed. And what I'm hoping is that the C# script will allow it to call, okay, script methods only. Oh, I know why I can't do that. Let's not bother with this right at the moment, and I'll tell you why. This can send signals and call methods, but I'm pretty sure I told that method to be private. Let's find out. Sure did. I think that means it can't be called from another thing. If we make it public, maybe it can. Oh. I also do not know. Well, I don't know whether it'll be able to call that. But I am betting that I can't simply call it without passing in something. So maybe what we do is we pass in a value and then extend this further as we see fit. So we call it key update, and then that becomes a value that we can add. That doesn't get it, but this other stuff does. And if we have that, then that lights up because it's being used by something. We'll save that. Oh, there's still an error, isn't there? Draw keyboard has a parameter but is invoked with 0 arguments. Well, we can fix that. Now that is not a problem. Oh, interesting. Draw keyboard doesn't match roll methods. Interesting. Okay. Let's tell it to be that if it's a method. Fine. I guess it wants that capitalized too. Those are the only 2 places I have to change it. Seems legit. Namespace the wild music, public partial class main node 2D. So in theory, it's main node 2D draw keyboard and it shows up at least once I save it, here somewhere. So range. Value changed. It's called continuously while dragging. Oh, that one I'm not going to want to do. That one, those things stay the same. So control. That's when it is instantiated. So what I'm wondering is whether there is a input event. That's probably legit. Changed would be happening continuously. Presumably input event is also going to be happening continuously. This is not that expensive an operation that I need to really worry about that, but I do wonder whether I can make this happen. Printing from key to piano roll, receiver method. Okay, pick. Do I get a choice? Compatible methods only. Interesting. So I can call that, but I don't think I can pass it any information. That's interesting. Because the event is an input event. Okay, so here's how I fix that. Value changed is float. It gets called constantly, but there's no harm in that necessarily. So if I go to here, and then draw keyboard takes a float, we have a float coming in. It will call it with the value of the thing, and then we're converting it to an int because that's the way we use it. Doesn't have to do it that way, but it should work. Save. And you'll see this kick into action in theory once we get it going. So connecting from key, pick the receiver method. Compatible methods only. Is it going to show? No, it's not. But that said, I should be able to pick draw keyboard. And value changed, value float. It should be passing in a float, which is the value we're sending. Connect it. Lovely. Save that. Go into here. And now we get to see what madness transpires when we run it. Does it coruscate in colors when we do this? It did not. Why didn't it? Is it simply because I'm not asking it to do anything? I thought it was all going to be flashing and changing colors and stuff. Okay, so that should be passing in. Okay, so we just passed it 0. And it draws keyboard with 0. And that is the information we're passing in, y plus key update. Oh, wait. Hang on. Hold on, slow down. No, that should be a plus. And this also gets to be the same thing. And then that, in theory, did something, but we might not be seeing it. So in theory, we can call this from that control, and that control should have been updating. And it does start calling it once. So let's find out what kinds of things happen now that I have made it do more. Nothing happened yet. Although it is alive, it is able to function. What if we tell that to be 4? Okay, so that updated. Things look quite different now. But we're not actually changing anything here. Or are we maybe simply just not redrawing? Should be able to send information in through there. But I'm not seeing it. So let's find out whether we ever see anything different. It is responding to that, but it doesn't act like it's getting any new information coming in. Am I telling it that this is going from hello inspector min 0 max 11? Don't suppose rounded would have done anything to it. I guess we'll find out. Or I suppose it needed that to be built? No. No, we're still not getting any action out of there. Ooh, it's time for me to go and make get some food ready. A little quick background music while I go. Should kick in a moment, I hope. There it goes. already without it taking too terribly long. And get back to this other stuff. So here is my concern. What's actually working with any of this? I do not know. But one thing I can do is I can do that. And maybe if I scooch this off the screen so I can see this window under here. I can see whether it actually ever shows me anything in the... I know it did this at least once. So if we never call draw keyboard, well, we know we call draw keyboard at least once. Well, that works in GDScript. What's its problem this time? Surely I'm using a syntax like that in here somewhere. Oh, okay, got to do it to string. Not like this. I don't know what the complaint is here. Whatever, let's see what it does. Let's see if it prints drawing keyboard. Nope. It did a thing, but it sure didn't print drawing keyboard. You'd think that it would do that because we did actually ask it to do the thing. How about we go over to debugger and see whether it does it now. Nope. What the hey? We're doing this at some point. We're doing it, but I don't see where it has printed this stuff. God. All right, let's take this and copy it elsewhere. It didn't run there. So let's see if it can fire on an input. Button pressed. Don't care that it, oh my God, it knew that I was misspelling it. Thank you. Let's see if we can ever print anything ever. Switch over to output. Switch back to the application. Why can we not print debug messages? I thought it was able to do that. I thought it was able to print debug messages. Well, you know what? We've got one of these in the interface. If we can't GD print anything, even though I swear we were able to do that before, we can fire stuff into that node. because this will apply anywhere I want it to apply. And then clicking on the interface will give me a note name. But doing this here should give me some kind of update. So I beg your pardon. Fine, roll with it. Okay. Weird how it goes right beyond the range that you had available. And then this will be replaced with this. Now we find out whether this can do anything else, like for instance, this key update stuff. Boop, and too many parentheses. Don't need to cast that to int. Okay, let's see if we're getting information in. Don't see it. Don't see it. It's taking the 4, but it's not doing any of this. So that's useful to know. So why are we not? Why are we not? And that problem is going to live here, because this is not connected appropriately somehow. Editable, scrollable, tick count, max value. Fine, fine. All of that seems fine. There is no script for it. Process, probably not the issue. Node. Oh, here's a problem. That's not spelled correctly anymore. I changed that. Let's connect it and see if we do any better. With this. It was looking for a different function. It was looking for one with the lowercase d. Now it does not have the lowercase d. Now it's looking for one with all the d. And who among us isn't? Onward. Save. Run. And this will not only update, but it will also make the colors change wildly if this worked. Hey, hey, this is what I was hoping was going to be able to happen. Cool beans. That is a full set of possibilities right there. So I see another problem. It's not an overwhelmingly big problem, but it is a problem. I've currently got this applying keys, but it's not assigning colors appropriate to the keys, nor is it making any sense of the alternate colors. It's doing them both together. It's doing them correctly. But it shouldn't be doing this. So firstly, if we simply comment out this line, it is not using secondary color at all. At all. Primary color is going to be tracking so without use of secondary color, we run this again, and it now obviously works, so I don't think we need to update this or that. So that can go back away. I can go back away. Problem turned out to be different. Not really a problem. Just arbitrary change there. So what we have here is incrementing not by cycle of fifths, but by individual notes. We're not stepping past cycle of fifths. We are starting at C and then jumping to C sharp. The key of C sharp is most different. Then we go to D. Except for now it's drawing that as B flat, so that's weird. But maybe I simply haven't got that figured out. So let's do something else. Here's draw keyboard. We'll cast it to int inside parentheses so we can be sure that's what we expect it to be. Times 5. That gives us the circle of fifths. And then mod 12. Now watch what it does. Key of C is apparently what we start out with. And that is fine. Although we're not actually showing it in the bottom of the keyboard because we're not able to scroll down that far, but oh well. Also, I think when we change this, we lose all the notes, and that seems bad. Key of G. And in fact, it has highlighted G. Good. Good. Key of D is the next one along. And again, we're starting to see these colors. These represent the black keys being brought in. And by the same token, the white keys are fading back out. I don't know if I want to make it that aggressive. So here's where I wonder whether I can adjust this in some way. So physical key color is white, but then it gets changed to black. And then we interpolate from it. We're not using line secondary color yet, but line primary color. Oh, I see what I can do here. Okay, check this out. These end up needing to become separate colors, but watch this. I can make this be an interpolated color between what the first physical key color was and then parens. and then remove that, add another parenthesis, and is there a reason why I can't? Oh, I need to have color 8. That'll work. And then the layer alpha is a reasonable suggestion. We can do that. That can be another control somewhere. It'll be just fine that way. And then by the same token, this other one gets exactly the same treatment even though we're not using it right now. And so we have now lerped to this gray. Now when we run it, it's visibly looking like our light color there, and then we can see where the black keys are. Scroll around. We can zoom in or zoom out. And then when we change to a different key, now we've got our fundamental key there, which is D, unavailable notes, and unavailable notes. They have to have a little bit of tint to be clickable. They have to be in a key. The keys are assigned colors. So maybe the next thing to do is to have it coruscate with all manner of different colors, because this part is now working even though it is only one key at a time. But it's working. We've got the key of G sharp there, which, let's see, is that going to be the same as... Yeah, this is the key of B, really. And it entails a bunch of sharps, and these are the ones that you use. So the dark gray means black keys you do not play, and the light gray means white keys you do not play. All the way around to leaving only a couple of white keys unplayed, and we're in the key of F. And the reason that it's in one flat is because here we are with this note, and B flat is the only note, maybe it is the key of B flat that we're in, but the only flat added. Yeah. So we're in F, and if I'm not mistaken, I can look it up in my cards. I worked all this out according to music theory at one point, so I do get to look into this. So, let's see. So the key of G, and then the key of C, and then the key of F. Look at that. What this says on it is the notes we have available are D minor, E, F. It says what the minors and majors are. G, A, B flat, and C seventh. And look at what we see on here. This one that is not available on the white keys, you can see the sort of pale white there, but it is available as these three black keys. This one in the end is available, and that is B flat, because this is B, and B isn't available in this key. That is kind of ugly to look at, but it works. I'm curious as to whether I could maybe make it take up a lot more space on the screen. It's kind of horrifying how small this has to be, but droop. So here's the next question. What are these looking like? Well, I do have a cheat sheet here, which is telling me what each of these are. That means I can go and update it again with what these variables are. So that tells me that 0 is key is C. I'm going to draw a line to demarcate these. And I'm pretty sure it's just going to go around in circle of fifths. A bit weird that it's erasing everything every time I click on anything, but I can't help that. Honestly, I can interpret, if I find what it's doing, and 1 is G, which means 2 would be D, and I can just cycle this right around, can't I? I can just read them off and then assign them to whatever the relevant things are. So then to B, then to G flat. I assume I've got that in there somewhere. Then over to D flat, A flat, E flat, B flat, and the final one is indeed the key of F. And I'll go all the way around to here, and that is a F. Let's step 1 back. That should be B flat. But that's not the dark one I want. I want this one. Got there. Okay. Having got this far, let's do this. I am speculating on how I want to go about doing this. Like that, at least I know that's how I want it to be. That's not getting used. This is. So we could simply make a new variable. And I do not think we need to redraw it this one time, but we don't need to redo it for every line. So I'm just going to want to grab one of these switch statements. And use it to assign colors. We're not going to keep colors white, but this will be a quick way of getting started. If it comes up in white, I'll know it's wrong. Comment not relevant. It's possible I will get both primary and secondary keys sorted in one go. Well, not in one go. No, that's asking too much, but I might be able to get them sorted. Let's make a template. And then we're going to go and update everything as needed. Please put spaces in appropriately. Thank you. Very good. It'll be worth it. It will be pretty to watch this as it goes. I'll use interface space to make it possible to label stuff more effectively. And that'll be nice. Okay, so first, key of C. 0 is the key of C. Secondly, oh, I guess we're going to cycle around these, aren't we? I see how this is going to go. And I can speed it up a little bit by just scooching this down here. And they'll simply be in order like this. I picked these out to match the cards I made. It should be pretty to watch once I finally get it sorted, but then it'll be even more interesting when I am overlaying them. But yeah, that picture that I showed very early on in stream is how I picked each of these. And I don't have to, I could just specify them by RGB. And I might want to in future, but this is a start. And it's not Y mod 12, it's straight up going to be key update. Watch this. Yep. Do. I could also update a bit of text like this one to represent what it becomes. And I feel like that might be a fine idea, so perhaps, how about I do that? I wonder if I can make a variable to access an interface item like this. But no matter, we can just steal that. I can change it later if I want. And boop equals well, look at you putting in all kinds of character turns that I didn't want. How special for you. No, I was running all of that stuff together. I know you don't like it, but I don't care. I want to be able to see it on the screen at one time. Shall it be time to type in new stuff shortly? I could also put this label on top of that slider. Thing is, though, I'm thinking maybe in terms of being able to randomize this stuff so that you have a challenge. You go, oh, what's that? What key is that? What should I do with that? That's the idea there. But this should be a start. A, E, B, was I calling that B flat or no? C, G, A, E, B, F sharp. Well, we can print that. G flat's the same as F sharp, yeah? D flat. A flat. Got that backwards. E flat. See, when we start getting modal, it's going to become very different. I'm going to throw modes in there, and then it will make that white bar showing what your root node is go to different places on the chord. It'll be looking up specific places, I'm pretty sure, is how that's going to work. And then it'll show whether you're in B major or like B Dorian or whatever. And that'll be more complicated, but what the hey. So E flat and B flat. And then finally F. And I could just add that to kind of fill out our documentation of what's being done. Because if we can offset hang on. As long as we're doing this, might as well do it properly. Get prepared to be able to do that right. And you can concatenate things in Godot because it knows what a string is, and it's assigning a Godot string to another Godot string. This entails all manner of stuff. Like you can work with edit fields and things in Godot, and it has an undo. The edit fields have an undo built into them, which has turned around and bit me occasionally, I will add. But this is a sophisticated little environment to play with. Bet you didn't know that there was an undo built into all the edit fields. Edit fields is Unity for that, I think. I don't think you call it edit fields in Godot. Let me focus enough to select all of the relevant bits I need to select. So my eyes aren't very good, and my skill and dexterity isn't very good either. What the hell is that? Did I somehow hit a backspace? Or was it just doing... Oh, no, it pasted it in the wrong place. It went crazy. It went crazy and did a bunch of toxic behaviors, which I didn't ask it for. No matter. This should work. What I'm really interested in is to whether I have a fixed offset for each of these relative modes within, like, because you can't be in C and add half step and get a mode. So there we are. I need to also add a space to that, but that's easily done. Don't even have to go into there. I can add a space to here. Also, let's not start up at 3. 0 happens to be C major. And here we are in C major. I can stretch this to be wider. It's bouncing around color-wise a little bit more than I'd want, though. And also, that seems crazy. What's going on there? That's actually G. That's not B major at all. Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's going wrong. I think Or do I? What's up with this? Okay. Key update should be giving me correct results. And the way it was looking like it was right, but the colors didn't seem to be as right as I wanted them to be. It's changing the color around. It's changing the color to what the key is. I've got colors assigned in these. I've got them figured out for the purpose of if you're picking stuff from a really weird, strange key, it should be a contrasting color. But now it's acting weird. And I want to know why it's acting weird. So let's experiment with that a little more again. Here's our C major. It should go to G. Here is the light color that counts as C. Tell you what, we can also goose the alpha a little bit. Let's see what that looks like now. Okay, that's more vivid. C. As soon as you click this, the other thing goes away. That's weird, but okay. Well, that should be selecting G. That is selecting G. The colors aren't working. Am I somehow referring to key update event rather than... Because it's like, no, that's definitely gone to the key of G, but the color it's associated with and the thing that it drew on the side, C major to, now it's claiming B major, that's not even true. So that part's not working correctly. Why is that not working correctly? Are we not using this? Are we not using key color? So far, so good there. We're not using it. Well, that was easy to fix. Or wait, hang on. Whoa up. We should be generating that. That's fine. This part's working correctly. Line primary color, that's working correctly as well. It's creating it from key color. Am I assigning key color somewhere else? What the hey? No, this should be working. What's up with this? We're no longer referring to any of these. We're generating this from here. It is changing. Oh boy. Why would this be weird? Okay, what if I simply take all of this and put that inside the switch statement? Because the rest of it's acting okay. So it was able to get this figured out, but for some reason it's not able to apply it here. So if I do this, then do we start seeing correct results? No. That's working correctly. 12.3c. I go to here. That has correctly gone to G, but this stuff is not G. It's bouncing around as if it's not applying that at all. What the actual hell? What's its little damage? Are we using key update elsewhere? Are we using key update down here? No, we're using key color. Ah, Y plus key update. That part is correct. Oh. Well, here we're using Y plus key update. Y is counting from -12. Switch Y mod 12. That's drawing the black and white keys. That's not changing. Ooh, I had hoped I was going to get farther with this. I am sorry that I did not. Everything else is working so swimmingly, though, that surely I can just force this to work. So that shouldn't be remotely necessary. But if it was, this would happen. Okay, so C major. Why? Why would you have to do that 2 layers? But look at it now. C major. None of those black keys are drawn on. G major. The white key is G. And in fact, this highlights F sharp is the one that you add. D major. Again, going around the circle of fifths. Here's your D. C sharp is the one that you add, and we keep the F sharp. A major. And it cycles in a sort of rainbow color as you go around the circle of fifths, because you're supposed to be able to see whether particular ones are far afield from the main notes. And there is your F sharp. There's F sharp, sure enough. And so maybe in the last 6 minutes of stream, although I gotta say that not too bad. The one thing that's bugging me, oh, I see why. Shouldn't be instantiating display here. I should instantiate display here. So copy that. In ready, this appears. And we keep create width and create height, but we do not regenerate display. There we go. Scroll down. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. There we are. And if I change it to a foreign key, I cannot click on that any longer. If it goes to a key where you're not allowed to do it, you can remove it, but you can't put it back. And that is because having that spot there is sort of high visibility, so there's a lot of contrast underneath where you click. But it's also checking the contrast underneath this part. Oh, interesting. So I don't get to play those notes, but there is a black key where you do get to play it. Boop. And we could dial back the intensity of alpha a little bit, maybe. We'll have it be more subtle. And then the remaining question is, in the final 3 minutes of stream, Lord knows who's paying attention to this, but this has been an interesting journey. It's been a wild ride. What must I do to also bring in the secondary key? So first let's save this, seeing as that worked. Let's make this be much larger. Might be able to put a C through F line of text up on top there. And then this gets duplicated. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, let me select the thing, please. Thank you. Primary key, secondary key. It's also calling the same, it's technically the same thing now. So they're both gonna act as if they're the same one. It's the most recent one that I've assigned. However, we can do a little bit more than that. Pity it can't snap to sizes, but no matter. Okay, firing off draw keyboard. I don't need it to send in anything. We can look these up according to their names. And then maybe put a randomized thing in that sets them differently. Firstly, let's see if I just broke it and made it unable to work. Nope, it's fine, although I haven't saved the changes, so let's save the changes. Whatever, good enough. Save. Back over to Writer. Quickly run it to see if it still responds to both of those things. Sure does. Now, the next thing we do is we stop paying any attention to what gets passed in. Float key update event no longer matters. Instead, key update is going to be one of these nodes. So all right, so key color A, key main color is what I'm going to want, so let's just update all of those in place. And it's being declared in 2 places, which is fine because I don't need it to be. And then those other errors are going to go away. And then I do another one of these, but it's key alternate color. And I'm just going to go through, oh, we don't need the string stuff either. Or wait. No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay, that was easier than expected. It included the plus at least once. Okay. If you click and wait, it doesn't, well, for reasons unknown, sometimes it doesn't include the plus, but then other times it does. Possibly because it, and this time it didn't. I do not know why. Now we got to copy that, and these all must change. Now I need to take away the definition of alternate color. Change key update to key primary. So far, so good. It's going to include that, but then I got to jump in and update some of these to secondary. And the way we're going to do that is by redesigning this to be, what was I calling it? Okay, key primary as a control. So we're getting the same kind of information as we get off of Zoom W. So I'll go down and find that. I'll just let this update the note willy-nilly. That's going to get updated later. Now all of those things are getting used. Secondary, we need to have this be key secondary. We have not defined it yet, but we will. This stuff no longer means a damn thing. In fact, I think I can safely delete this because it is represented elsewhere. Don't really think I need that there. That can go live somewhere else. Certainly don't need to update it literally every line. That does have to be updated every line. where was I getting those controls before? Kind of like this. And I do need to make a key secondary. Is that what I called it? Sure was. Let's see if we can get that going. Rename these. Alrighty, this may or may not run. If it does, though, there's our primary. And our secondary is causing a bit of a ruckus. So the farther away you go in terms of bringing in some of those other keys, because again, here's the primary, although weirdly enough, it is no longer saying major or minor, must have removed that somehow. And the secondary starts bringing in these additional weird tinges. So I'm wondering if I can well, firstly, I can start by rushing in and making the alpha be much stronger. We can see what that looks like. At least it'll be more vivid. There we go. So that's certainly strong. And then we're kind of tinging what lies underneath in ways, but the primary is really carrying most of the weight there. In the key of C, there is our root note and so on. So I think what is going on is I don't have secondary, that or I'm using layer alpha to do it. That's possible. Oh, sure is. So if we don't use layer alpha, and instead we blend evenly, here's what we get. That's not how we do this. I said, here's what we get. Save, and the correct button. So key of C, no secondary. And then we start getting weird off tinges as all of the notes become available, but they have different flavors to them as you go. And you can get all the notes to become available by being simultaneously in the key of C and D sharp. Or, in fact, why don't we go to C and E, 2/3 of giant steps. Here's our C. And I can remove some of the ones that are on the black keys, but I can only put them back if I go to a key that allows them. And then going to giant steps modulates between, if it was in C, it would be C, E to A flat. So if we scooch this over until it says E, that's what it would look like to be trying to do giant steps in the key of C. All of these notes are available to you except for this one. And the color palette that you see there is kind of off. So another possibility is to check and see whether line secondary color is anything. And we can do this by going color saturation. Can we even HSV saturation read only? S is larger than 0. No, actually it's going to be less. Send. And now it's telling it to be the same, but we're actually looking at the opposite. If the primary color is not saturated, but the secondary is, maybe we go for just like that. It got there. It figured it out. Now what this does is as follows. Everything looks normal until we start going to weird other keys, at which point the additional notes they bring in are brightly highlighted where they interact with the fundamental. Like you go from key of C to the key of E, and looky there, our tomato-colored key of C stuff is showing up just fine, and here's our root note. This is the only note that you don't get to use. Actually, if you go to A sharp, E, okay, so E, there's the only note you don't get to use, so I'm going to surround it with notes just so that I can see where it is. And giant steps continues to modulate around in thirds. So if that went to A flat, hey presto, that note that wasn't available part of the way around the bar is now one of the notes you want. This is why giant steps is so difficult. It's going to all these funny notes. All right, see you later, Death Outta Hell. This ended up being pretty cool, all things considered. It was a big pain in the butt, but at least I got some things out of it. Also, let's skip over to see what, I don't know, some of these other ones look like. Oh, hey, it's updating that. So that's what's happening, is it's updating that after having updated this, so you never see the one, you only see the other. And that means I need to add a couple of more things. Namely, that can remain note. But we're going to duplicate it twice. And we're going to take that. Scooch that over a ways so we can see what we're doing. Link that over where it needs to be too. Now they should behave themselves and leave the selected node intact. Be a little busy clicking here, but it shouldn't take me that long. I do this kind of thing all the time. Often I update things just by, oh, stop that. That's not what I wanted at all. See, this is why you sometimes get in trouble doing this. Boop. 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 It selected more than I bargained for. And S label. I think it's beginning to rain outside, which is good. It's keeping it from getting overwhelmingly hot. Oh yeah, no, it's beginning to rain big time. It's possible the power will go out and my stream will stop, even though I've been persistently keeping on tinkering with it. So, dialing back the intensity a little bit, we've got labels. Here we are in the key of C major with the secondary key being, I could make it so that there is no secondary key if it went to 0. But if we make the secondary key be something like this, then look at that. Here's your root note, but then here's the weird other places you can go. And also, if you have white keys not represented, like you're in A major. So this is what A major looks like all by itself. Guess this would be, yep, this would be your root note. It's a slightly lighter pale shade of lilac. And our darker purples there are the black keys. So you have these two black keys on the left and this one black key on the left. That is kind of what it acts like when you're going into the sharps, is you go to the black keys on the left and you skip over the white keys there. They are sharp because they're going, black keys on the left of the set of keys, but you're stepping upwards one to the right, which is why these are just in gray. But then, if you are introducing other keys, we can start introducing some of these ones that aren't represented. Like, for instance, A major with E flat as a secondary key means that all of these notes are available. Or making it a little bit more simple. Actually, no, that's not even much more simple. A major with A flat as a secondary key is like even more than a third of the way around. Like E flat is literally opening up all the notes. Stepping halfway around the circle of fifths gives rise to really goofy sounding chords. But here is our basic A major stuff. And what if we wanted to go to A relative minor? What would that look like? Well, A major is here. A relative minor is actually in the key of C. So what we have there is, here's our A major, D, 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 D. But if we did A minor, D, 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 that minor is available in the secondary key, and the major is going to the black key, and that is in the primary key. And each of them act a little bit differently going down. D, 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 or D, 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 D. it's like the major or minors are going to quite different notes in the top of their solfeggio. And then we can make them do this and go wee off the side. So what I'm going to want to do with this is use these to start throwing out possible chords that you can do after having placed notes in a column. Like, I'd like to be able to make it so that you start doing this, you're placing your notes, and then it tells you what these chords are. Much like if you were doing this, A minor, major, fifth. And then root, which gives you different sevenths. So major, major fifth, and then presumably that's going to be your major seventh, unless this is. But the minor sixths and sevenths are quite different. So yeah, and then if you went back to major, you can only see these notes, and so clearly that's a major sixth and that's a major seventh. But then you can start incorporating funny additional keys, like D being a relative key. That now opens up the minor seventh. And you could have the chord written up there, or simply pick it out on a guitar or whatever. But yeah, we got some stuff done for a gloomy, rainy Thursday, of which most of it was incredibly frustrating, as usual during the last half hour of stream, most of which has been going over dinner time. This got some stuff done, so that'll be interesting. I'll be wanting to write down notes around what all these things do, and maybe moving it around or resizing it so that I can I don't think there's going to be any great use to having the note box that you click on being 1 pixel wide and 1 pixel tall. I don't feel that's going to be useful. So maybe it's going to be more a matter of like hard coding some of this stuff in and being like, yep, here's what you got. Here's your key of C. Here's how you scroll around in it. There's C to E. These gray areas are black keys, so on and so forth. But then you start incorporating this other stuff, and all of these black notes start coming into play. And in fact, you can see how sharps and flats get added. Because I've never known the difference between sharps and flats or why you would care. But you can actually see as you move the secondary key around. And let's scooch up to here. So here is the note of C. Then you start adding, you start wandering around the circle of fifths, and as you do, different sharps and flats show up in sequence. This one, that one, and this one, and then that one, and then lastly this one. So we're basically all the way around the cycle of fifths. And then if you came at it from the other direction, that one, see, it's on the other side. And then this one, also on the other side. They're flats. they're taking away the underlying white key, but you can't see it because the primary key is still C major. Yep, exactly. And that's something I never knew until I started fooling around with this. Mind you, sharps and flats don't have color coding so that you can see how crazy your alternate notes are. Let's see, if I was to be in like D major is the same as B minor, which is a comfortable thing to play on the guitar, and it's a comfortable key to be in. And if you start fooling around with those, you can start having additional colors show up based on what you're adding and how far apart you're going. I could make one of these controls just be how far from the other key are you actually going. Because the way I've got it now, you set it to the same thing, and the next thing you know, you're in the same key, but then you start adding these other things as you wander farther afield. Anyways, it's like 5:30. It's dinner time for me. I'm glad anybody found this entertaining. It was a long day, but this is a step in the direction of me actually being able to use this, and I like that very much. I'm going to want to be reading these pieces of information and making some other kind of code in here that can come up with chord suggestions based on these notes. So clearly much yet to be done. And that'll be quite interesting. But for now, we're going to save all of that stuff. Yeah, I have been on here and working. We're going to save all of that stuff and call it a day. So I'll talk to you folks later. I will post something. I'm thinking what I'm going to post this coming weekend is that FIR filter that the guy didn't like on the reverbs, because I'm moving past it, but if I'm moving past it, maybe I should just give people it to play with. There's an additional twist to it. I think I called it prime FIR, but I might have called it FIR prime. Either way, if you have one of the knobs all the way to the side, it is a simple brick wall filter, Airwindows style. Maybe slightly different offsets. Mostly it just works like a brick wall filter. It only goes down so far, but because the window isn't necessarily that large, you get some control over that stuff. You've got an Airwindows designed, like dithering to floating point and all of that kind of stuff. FIR filter, brick wall that you can use. Then when you move one of the controls the other way, you have an FIR filter that is made only out of prime numbers. So it doesn't actually read all the samples. It only reads prime samples. So what that does is it just makes it weird. And I'll leave it at that. I will see you in posting that for the weekend, and I'll be back probably on Tuesday continuing to play with this composition program because I want to get this up and working. On that note, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.